Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. I got two agenda items and then we can mix other stuff in. I'll share my screen. Um, there's working group stuff, but I'm going to go last in, first out. I just did persist define bindings and local storage.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that. Last night you got stuff done until 3 o'clock in the morning, and then this morning you took off and did something completely new.
Yeah, well, I looked at the issues list. I'll explain why the motivation a little bit in a second. But we have this thing that does check registration. And when it's done checking, we didn't really, so the previous demo had this define feature, right?
Right.
Right. So this is kind of as close as we got earlier. We just said, well, define something, something. So now there was a little bit of JavaScript code that didn't really do anything with that, but now it stores that in local storage. So now if you want to come down here in JavaScript land.
So that's in the browser. So, right. So stored in your browser?
Yes. But it gives you a prayer anyway of dealing with these defines. Yeah, because when you're doing exploratory deploys, you can't store stuff on chain. You'd have to always, we could put a dictionary, or whatever on chain, but we have that. That's your inbox, right?
Right.
Okay. So anyway, so the motivation for this was an idea I had March 2nd, which is, as long as we're sort of in this dev tool space, how about just using the browser console? It's kind of inspired by the Agoric REPL, where you can just type JavaScript stuff and call methods on on-chain objects and stuff. So there's a little bit of magic of making on-chain objects act just like JavaScript objects and magically sending messages back and forth that I don't have all that glued together yet, but so this is a little hard to visualize, but this is progress in that direction. You can at least get at data structures. You can't get at capabilities, really. You can't do anything with unforgeable names from the console down here. You can just look at data. Anyway, it was in that direction. And the late night thoughts had to do with reviewing this, because we were, Bill looked like he's tearing into stuff. But I kind of had second thoughts on some of that because, yeah, this browser console UI, just like I said, there's this, do you remember CapTP?
What?
Do you remember CapTP?
No.
Okay, or IBC?
Inter-blockchain communications protocol?
Yeah. The idea that, you can just send messages between systems as long as they're all message passing systems, right?
Right.
So we can use the browser console as a message passing system.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so
now,
that's
it's nice to have dollar variables stored because, for one thing, dollar is not a valid character in Rolang, so you know when you would have to replace something in a Rolang program. Is that part of it working also, where you can put? It looks like you're putting dollar. Well, where you could use a dollar variable in a.
No, that's not done yet.
That's not done yet. It should be simple though, right?
Reasonably, yeah.
Okay, there's certain operations that are done in order. If you want to pass information from one to the next, the browser is the place to start.
My dog needs attention. You might want to pause the recording.
All right.
Right. Yeah, so it would be even better if you could use the dollar variables, but we're not there yet. And the other thing I thought about is this Blockly user interface. Do you remember Blockly?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So our space, is a space, right? And you can imagine blocks being things in the space, and you can send to each other. And anyway, I think that would be a pretty interesting way to have a user interface. Oh, there's local storage. The local storage is useful in both cases. Oh, there's Theo.
Leo, good to see you.
Hi. What's this dance office hours meeting?
Liquid democracy stuff. I did a little bit of this issue, which is probably not all that interesting, but the next agenda item is to maybe make the RDiv mint. We could make it a 2 out of 3 signature if everybody wants to play.
What we just went over was the part where we can do a pound define of a dollar variable, and it'll keep it in browser storage.
Right. It keeps it under the relevant network name and your rev address. Let's see. So where did working group thing? Oh, that's in pull requests. Did you happen to see this part, Jim?
No. I mean, I saw it. Wait.
This edited bit is new.
Yeah. No, I didn't see it yet.
Okay, so I got this working group contract, and the .row file has a test at the beginning, and then if the test passes, it registers. It actually does the registration. So the test scenario is Dan and Jim are starting a working group to control, for example, a fund. Sealer-unsealer pairs are available from the multi-sig RevVault contract. And sealer-unsealer pairs are part of the catalog of OCAP patterns. Sealer and unsealer work a little bit like public key in cryptography. One gives us something to a sealer and puts it in a box that only the corresponding unsealer can open. And everybody should know about E in a walnut. So you can go read all about it there. Okay, so Dan makes a brand that is a sealer-unsealer pair, sends the unsealer to Jim, and once he gets the working group from Jim on a to-Dan channel, he uses his sealer on his agreement to pay Bob 100. Either Jim or Dan could be the deciding vote. Jim makes a brand and uses his and Dan's unsealers to make a fund working group, which he sends to Dan. Jim uses his sealer on agreement to pay 100. In this case, when I ran it, when I voted, it counted my vote first, and so it left one supporter left. And then Jim's was the deciding vote, and the 99 represents the shared power doing some computation on the proposal. And then there's a test that unsigned proposals are rejected. And then Jim and Dan use the modify membership thing to close the working group. Can peek at it a little bit more. So this is the test fund thing. It does new fund, and then it gives passes the fund to the working group, and then the fund goes out of scope. So the working group is the only thing that can control the fund. And the fund only has one method, pay, and all the pay does is subtract one from the amount and give it back to you. But what we can do is make a real mint with this thing if we're not careful. So the rest of it just follows the example that I told you about.
That's awesome.
So I might want to have this because, all right, so
So
let's see what works.
I guess the beauty of that pattern, sealer unsealer, is that you can give something to someone or something and no longer own it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, another nice thing about sealer unsealer is that smart contracts can seal things, whereas they can't sign things.
Right.
Smart contracts can't deal with private keys. So maybe we can try this. Do we have a thing that sticks things in my inbox? Like, okay, new community is probably going to put something in my inbox, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call this RDiv sealer. Well, RDiv brand. Just use my normal inbox. I don't need that. Well, I'll use it for that. So it'll be a little bit of a misnomer, but it'll be okay. Oh, I can do this.
What?
Okay, so I've got a name for the thing I'm going to stick in my inbox. I've got the name of my mailbox or locker or whatever, and I've got the registry ID of the working group thing. I've got lookup. Okay, so then I'm going to look up this thing, and I'm going to get the working group out of there. And then I'm going to get my inbox. And then, oh, right. No, I don't want to make a working group. I'm trying to do a sealer unsealer thing. Not ready to make a working group yet. Okay.
So, I mean, the ideal thing we would want to do is delegate the admin permission, the admin capability of the working group, of the community to a working group. Right?
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. All right, let's grab that part where we make the sealer unsealer. I'm going to get rid of that for a minute.
Now, you're on localhost?
Right, but I'm going to use the testnet. Okay, so all this is going to do is, what are we looking at? Okay, all we're going to do is look up multi-sig rev vault and call make sealer unsealer and report success. So let's explore. Trace. I put this little time widget here too. Okay, so that much seems to work. Now I want to put it in my inbox, and of course I just erased that. So where were we? Make new community or whatever. So this is how I get my inbox. And this is how I stick something in it. No.
The use of the word brand here tends to confuse me.
It's short for sealer unsealer. I mean, when you with your sealer, you go and you brand something, right?
I see.
And then somebody can recognize the brand if they have the unsealer. And I'm going to store it this way. Hey, Steve.
I'm going to go. Hey, guys.
Hey. So, are you doing the use case where the admin capability goes under control of the work group?
No, we're going to make a mint.
You're going to make it mint. So the
well, first we're just going to make sealer on sealer pairs. We all have to have those in order to basically when we're making inboxes for people, we should probably make them sealer on sealer pairs too, because it's just a very useful thing to have as a member of a community. I'm going to copy this someplace. I just heard a ding dong, but who was that?
Yeah, that was me. I'm changing computers.
Roger. Oh. We got David joining. I don't know where to stick this, but I'll just make a new thing. Whoa, didn't like that, but let's set that aside for a sec. All right, so for folks joining, we are here. I guess I already stuck this in the poll 36, and in particular, the sealer unsealer pattern, which is one of the object capability classics. And I'm about to make a sealer unsealer pair for myself, I think. And I'll do, oops, trace win. And the trace in this case, is the that thing. What are the odds? What do you think? Why doesn't this guy like it? Oh. Yeah, just boring. In eval mode, it can't do deployer ID and deploy ID.
There is an option now in the plugin to ignore those.
Oh,
You can turn on that option, and then you don't have to futz with it.
Where are the options?
It's got to be up higher, I think. I didn't see it exactly.
There's a gear icon next to the plugin box on the left. Yeah, this works too.
Well,
Let's support the names. There we go. Oh, they're already set. That's odd. Because they were.
so that's not winning for me. How's our hero doing here? Oh,
I think there was a checkbox that you didn't check. If you go back to settings. You see unsupported names, remove, enable.
aha.
Sweet, huh?
Worth the price of admission. Ooh.
Yep.
Okay, so that's a problem. And what was the other problem? 1420 to 1421. Was I missing a bang?
I think Bill's going to want to work on that plugin to make it deploy stuff directly.
That'd be nice. So I got this ticking clock now.
Have you tried the Bootstrap for the local host?
No.
Neither have I. But watching Bill run it, it's certainly speeds up development because you're using the local host comes back really quick, so much quicker than testnet.
Right.
And right now, he's loading all the row files in the directory.
Yeah, that's what the Jake file does.
And he's capturing the URIs and creating the JSON files for the creating the files, the source files that have the URIs of all the classes.
Yep, that's what the Jake file does.
Yeah.
Okay, so I seem to have a rev brand in my inbox now. Okay, meanwhile, what channel shall we use? Governance for fun, or let's do RDEV co-op. Somebody else want to make, Jim, you want to make yourself a sealer unsealer pair?
All right. We have to figure this out, huh? Pay attention. You were in bar chain in co-op. Copy.
Of course, I should have made a contract and registered it and just given you one row ID, but whatever. I forgot how long that previous deploy took. Long time no see, David. How you doing?
I'm cool. Same here, Dan.
So should I change anything in here? I mean, you're making, it's making it says DC sealer unsealer.
Show your screen. I think that won't hurt anything, but you can change it if you like, as long as you change it in all the relevant places.
Okay, so I'm looking up multi-sig. I make it unsealer, sealer, and they're labeled DC, but these are mine. These will be mine, right?
Yeah, those names are just, you know, like X or Y, so they're not permanent. The only permanent names are RDEV brand, sealer, and unsealer, the ones I see. Where it says got DC brand, you could change that to got JW brand.
And I don't have to change the name because it doesn't matter.
Right.
Okay, so in my I'm going to I read my inbox from my locker, and I'm going to send to the inbox the brand and the name, you gave it was what?
Yeah, the name you better put in the name box up there because it'll get rewritten. It says RDEV brand right now, but yeah, as soon as you tab out of this, it'll probably change that. No, it didn't. That's interesting.
Yeah. So the brand that's the name for this pair.
Yeah.
JW pair, I'll call it, right?
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
And oops, what happened? It looks okay, I guess.
Yep, that looks close enough for rock. Let's see.
What happened here?
What do you mean?
I lost it.
Oh.
I lost it.
No, you're gonna have to copy and paste back from from,
You know,
sorry, when it updates the fields, oh,
what's this? That's weird.
I don't know what state you're in now.
Well, I'm just getting rid of that, and I'm going back, restarting.
Forget what I said about the name field. You can just
Yeah.
change DC brand to JW brand if you feel like it and run it.
So where's the match? Oh,
Yeah, it says RDev brand right there. You were changing that to JW pair if you like.
okay. And that's, I can just change the comment here.
Right.
Okay, and then I put that in my, then I'm going to put that in my inbox. And now, do I use that once and throw it away, or do I always, or can I reuse that all the time?
You can use it as much as you like.
Scary.
Odd. When I do a peek on my inbox, it's not in there.
What? It's not showing in your inbox?
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. It should say sent when it sends it. What the hell is? Yeah, it should say sent. Did it say sent?
I don't know. Oh, maybe I can look. Hold on. Maybe it's in my browser.
Whoops.
Yeah, I got sent.
So that means it should be there.
Yeah, it could be one of these things where when you try to print things with unforgeable names, they go haywire.
Well, you should see the type and the subtype, the sealer. Wait, oh, we should see the word brand, right? And you should see the name, and probably an empty map. That's what you should see. That's the other thing. He gave some interest in fixing was this problem of it, the problem of its of doing the JSON conversion.
All right, scroll down a little. You got JW pair brand. No,
Okay.
you didn't get sent.
I didn't get sent, did I?
And you didn't get win either.
Hmm?
You didn't get win either.
No win.
So you weren't able to get your inbox. Do you have an inbox on testnet?
Let me see who I am. Oh, I'm DivvyU. DivvyU has no inbox. How do you like that? Let me go to our chain member, maybe.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I just saw the announcement.
Hello. That's a bird. Okay.
Just to real quick, in the development channel, do you see the pointer to poll 36?
Yeah, yeah. I reviewed that poll. Yeah.
Cool. All right. We're playing around with that stuff. We're making sealer unsealer pairs so far so that we can be working group members.
Mm-hmm. So, and sealer unsealer is called brand, and it's
Yeah.
like a term.
Yes.
Okay. This is a new information that I got from this.
Okay. I was trying. I was creating the pair for myself, but I used the wrong account, so I have to deploy it again. And
Yeah, it's a brand like Nike is a brand, you know, and only Nike can put the Nike seal on things, and then anybody who has the Nike unsealer can recognize authentic Nike items. That's why it's called a brand.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Could you just maybe a brief explanation? How does these differ from the public infrastructure? So,
Well, the main difference is that if you're a smart contract, you can't have secrets, right? Everything that a smart contract is doing is on the public blockchain, right? So smart contracts can't make digital signatures with cryptography, but they can sign things with seal or unsealer pairs, with sealers.
Mm-hmm.
Now the
And so basically, this is how you do multi-sig. So you give the contract your sealer.
It depends on which way you're doing it, but in our case, unsealer.
Unsealer.
We're using the unsealer is the public key usually.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm asking, because it looks very much like a PKI. So I'm not yet quite into that.
okay, so now I got the win.
Oh, good.
And the cent.
I don't know if you made it this far, Nutzipper.
Yeah, I need to spend some time with that.
Right.
I've read that, but it did not sink in straight away. So just need to read this a couple of times.
Yep, good. Back to your screen, Jim.
Well, I started the peak.
Okay,
so
good.
I should have left that screen as it was. That's another thing that Bill wanted to do, was leave all the results in there, just prepend it with the new results.
Yeah, sure.
Have the whole history.
Yeah, and all these ideas that, you know, are things he wants to do, please make an issue for each one.
Right. I didn't sign it. So
the other thing you have to do is send it to me, and I wonder if you know how to find my inbox. I will try to find the.
I need the URI.
Right.
And I guess to print the URI, you just have to read.
Right.
Right. Just read the URI. There you go. So you get the URI from the inbox and of the inbox, and then print it. Okay, I got my result.
Your peak result?
I'm sorry.
Your peak result?
Yep. And it shows me the sealer and unsealer. Nice. You want to see?
Sure.
Yeah, this room is set up so anybody can steal anytime. You don't have to worry about hogging it, except for etiquette. But you see, I got the brand here, the JW pair. And I got the sealer and the unsealer. I don't know why sometimes it shows these, and unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, so
And I have two voting issues.
Oh, right.
Where we have lunch and where we're going. Oh, I have admin permissions for the lunch issue, and I'm also able to vote on it. I have a vote capability, and the issue lets me give the right to vote to anybody I want, and also the tally capability, which I guess we're thinking everybody should get the tally capability probably, but it's really a policy, a governance policy. You want people to see the intermediate results or not.
Okay, so I've got my inbox URI. Which were we in governance? No, we were in RDev co-op, right? All right, that's my inbox, Jim. So you want to send me your unsealer?
Okay. So let's see. I'll why don't I
Go ahead and share.
oh sorry, yeah. Yeah, this where did it go?
We don't have send. I can look up the macro.
It's like I don't have. This is like old. This hasn't been updated in a while, has it? The RGov one.
Right. I was just messing with that actually.
Okay, so I
if
have
we merge if I merge the working group to master, it'll probably republish. You want me to do that?
I think you probably should. I think it's old enough now. It should be updated. Yes. I think you've shown that it's working. So I would approve it. Although, okay, so I don't know why that's weird. It's email's not here. I can, of course, I can always go to open a window here, CD to liquid, and I guess I can just start it, although I may have something running on that port. 8081. Yeah.
Okay, the new one's put up there on Argov 1 if you want.
Well, for speed, let me just see if this works. And then I'll update it. Okay. And then I do send mail. Okay. And to inbox URI, I paste in your inbox from Jim to Dan, and I'm not going to have a subject or a body, but instead I want to send you the I want to send you
The unsealer.
the unsealer. And let me just look back here at the peak, and we just say for, just copy this. And then I'm going to, I guess it doesn't matter where I stick this.
One of the nice things about this thing, you hit tab,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it,
cleans it up for you.
I love the way it fixes the indentation for you. Otherwise, it would be impossible with Rolang. Okay, so I get the peak, and I actually want to peak at the
Yeah, you can.
It's bond, is it? I forget already.
Well, you have to put a return channel there.
Oh,
You probably want to add one more name on the new line up at the top.
okay, so I read the peak capability. What is it? Damn it, I hate that. Oh, I think I still have it. Just opened a new window every now and then. I don't know why it has this long delay and then it opens a new window.
You want to peak star ACK.
But I don't want, no, I wanted to peak specifically at a brand.
You have to do a channel. No, you can't destructure it yet.
I have to read the chat. No.
Peak star ACK is the only thing that's going to work.
I think you're underestimating the, you know, there's a peak with type and subtype, and that's what I'm using. Okay, so that would be.
You can destructure it after you get it out of ACK.
I know, but okay, if we look at peak, we can call it with a type. We can
Oh,
call it
I see what you're
subtype.
saying. There's different peak methods.
Right. Okay, so I just specifically want to do brand and what was it?
Well, there's only one brand right now, so
I forget what it was called. Oh well. I guess so. I'll just stop there. And peak brand, and then hold it out.
Starac?
I don't know why.
Starac?
Starac.
Right. Oh, so you could just send that right to deploy ID, couldn't you? Well, wait a minute. Where are we trying, what are we trying to do here? Oh, right, you're trying to send it to me.
Right. Okay, so then we do a for brand in from ACK. How come I have capital F here? Did I type capital F?
You got a typo.
You wanted a vertical bar, not a open curly on the previous line.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't want the next closed curly.
I want to do this one.
There's the next closed curly. If you get rid of it and then hit tab, you might be happy.
We have ACL and not ACK.
Right, and you don't want the next closed curly.
Oh, that's so the inbox now. I want to put in I want to send the, well, first of all, this has to be a list here. And this has to start with brand, comma, and then I have brand. Will that work?
With another quote and another either at or star. Except you're sending me both the sealer and the unsealer, which you don't want to do.
Oh, yeah.
So where you've got brand, what you want is
Yeah.
at open squirrely. No, the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want at open squirrely.
At open swirly.
And then quotes unsealer. Close colon, or quote colon. And then probably unsealer instead of brand, although that's an arbitrary name. And then comma, dot, 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 underscore. And close the curly. Yeah, so that picks out just the unsealer out of the brand stuff. And then, so now you want to send me
The unsealer.
right.
Okay, well, wait, so wait, this is I have to give the name here, and I don't know what the name is.
Jim. Jim or JW or something like that.
I see. So I can just put a constant here, Jim Scarver. I can make it up. And so you know what it is. That's all that's important. And that's comma ACK.
No, unsealer.
Oops. So the unsealer, if we follow the pattern, I mean the standard, even if it's only one thing, it should be in the map.
Okay.
That was just me and Bill we're deciding that. So I don't know
That's
if other people agree or not. But if we always have things in the map, we can always extend capabilities. I could add more capabilities here. I don't know what I would add under brand for Jim Scarper, but if I ever did, it would get added. The way it's set up is that you can add a capability to an item, but you can't change one. Because anybody can send to your mailbox, and they're not allowed to change anything. They can give you something new.
Which what, for example, so here I can see that you have map and you're sending an unsealer as the key unsealer. What can be the other capability, for example?
well, the sealer, for example, or an admin capability or anything.
If I want to give him permission to sign for me, I'll send him the sealer.
Yeah. Unsealer is already a process. You don't want to star there.
Oh. Yep. Silly me.
I would hit the explore button just to check the syntax, but that's pretty close. Look, you got localhost.
Look, yeah. And I'm not running localhost. But the Bootstrap loads everything, sets all the URIs, and you're up and running with localhost for fast response. That can really help development.
Okay, so now do we have the, yeah, I guess you got the deploy ID set up. I can't see there. Yeah. Okay, you can deploy this.
Didn't I hit deploy?
No, we did an experiment. We did an explore because I wanted to check the syntax first.
What happened? Parsing error. Huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lookup needs a bang. No, it doesn't. Oh, you got comma ack. Oh, what's going on? New deploy comma ack. Yeah, you need a comma after ack.
Yeah.
How come we didn't see that error on the Explorer?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
Okay. What happened? We got the error again? Error EOF. Missing a
Not enough squirrelies.
none of the scrolls. Yay. It's a win. So we should, I mean, this pattern is so common. It's like anytime you want to share capabilities, like I have the right to, like I have the admin rights for an issue in voting because Bill sent them to me. Right. He created the issue, and then he sent me the.
Yeah, I just think the Blockly UI could be, you know, you could just drag, drop, hit, click, you know. Or if the other one is, the other user interface I was working towards is just in the browser console, just saying, you know, inbox send blah. Oops. Let's see.
No data deploy ID. Well, it didn't work. I didn't get it. But
Maybe you have to give the name on the Peak brand.
shouldn't have to.
Okay.
I mean, you just say, where are we? I want to, okay, I know it got a peak because I just displayed that. I did a peak and I know that worked.
Yeah, but did you do it with brand there?
No, I didn't. So obviously this one must have failed, right? So let me, I guess I'll just do boy ID. I'll just print everything. Bang.
Yeah, if you only give the type, it returns a list.
So still
If you
need to
type in the
start.
subtype, you get a list as well. So the thing that we get back from the Peak, we're going to get a list.
Is it our problem? We are going to get a list back from it. So
What you can do there is where we've got at open squirrely, put an open square bracket there. Oops,
yeah,
back one,
no,
open square bracket.
yeah.
And then on the close squirrely, after that, underscore.
Underscore and maybe need end bracket.
Let's see.
What did I do? What happened?
Well, this matches if this is the first item in the list, which I guess is right.
Yeah.
First brand. That's worth a try if you get rid of the deploy ID Peak stuff.
Right. If there's no right, if there's the third thing in the list is always going to be the list, the set of capabilities. We have no fourth thing on the list. So
You just have
what
some.
we're missing is the name. Right? We have a name here.
Oh, good point. Well, it's already a process. You're inside an at. I'd be surprised. Well, no, that just means name will be a name instead of a process, but we're not using it anyway. You get some junk above peak.
Well, we could use it here, right? We could use name there. That's
Okay.
right. And you're saying I shouldn't have a star there,
Right.
probably. But it doesn't really
Neither
matter.
place, both places.
I should have a star. And
You called it name in one place and N in the other.
there it is. Come on.
And you still have junk above peak.
All right.
That's worth a try.
And let's just try it, huh?
Wow, no syntax errors.
Amazing. So you have my unsealer, so you can now create a work group that requires both our signatures.
Yeah.
And anybody else who sends you a brand signature. Oh, what is this? To inbox brand name. That was wrong.
Why?
Because it should have been my name. How do you
Well-
know where this came from? Who sent it to you?
Well, we happen to know you only have one brand, so.
Right, but you know you could have what if you get every brand that you get from someone should be unique. This probably should be my identifier or something.
I'm just saying it doesn't matter in this particular case.
Yeah, we just have an agreement. No data at deploy ID. I guess it's finished. Damn it. So this obviously didn't work. So if I could comment that out and do or X in from ACK, and I forgot my parentheses. And then I can do I just can print X, right?
star X in this case.
And I guess I'll comment this out too. Oops. Okay, so I just,
You're missing a Y, deploy ID.
oh. So it should give me the rest of the list.
So Nutzipper, does the core dev team have some version of the blockchain that goes faster than this, where you don't care about collisions or whatever?
Well, yes, you can run the merging version, the 0011 .1 version. So you
Have you ever run it?
yeah, I've run it, and so basically you can have a finalized block if you finalized block after 2 blocks. So one validator is proposing a block, and then everybody else. So they're confirming this block.
So how fast
So,
is it?
well, block is I think about 15 seconds. So maybe 30 seconds to finalization.
So, what's wrong with localhost? I mean, the local host, I mean, the standalone.
If I was thinking that if we need something to just debug the rolling code, we might have some version without cost accounting, because cost accounting is a costly thing. So these 2 ref transfers with updating the whole state of the POS contract, and that is quite heavy stuff now. So if we need only some tool to develop, we might get rid of that, and it will be quite fast.
That'd be interesting.
No data deploy ID. How could that be?
Send something to deploy ID like, way earlier in the thing.
Because I just looked in the inbox and we saw the stuff in there. So you're saying here, where is it?
I can peek on my end now. Yo, Bill.
Oh,
Good morning. Well, maybe it's good morning for you. For anybody who doesn't know, I am currently living in Arizona. It rained all day yesterday and all last night. And the ceiling was kind enough to drip on my head to inform me of that.
Okay. I'm trying to send the unsealer in my inbox to Dan. Maybe you should pull the code out from the RDev channel and create a sealer unsealer in your inbox and send that to Dan, and then he can make a work group with the three of us in it if we can ever get this to work. It's got a syntax error now.
Well, right now, I think I'm just a spectator trying to catch up with the work that you're doing.
2 inboxes a name. Needs a star when you're sending it. Up. 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 There. Up. One more. There you go. That line.
Yeah, this is why they need to be in .row files, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I mean, we have to create a .row file and add it to the list. And
You're deploying.
we would want to deploy it from Visual Studio, right?
Yeah. Let's not chase that rabbit right now, please.
No, I agree. I shouldn't have said that. I distracted Jim.
It's quite a good idea, and you should work on it in parallel right now. But okay, now while we're waiting for the machine, we can do all kinds of things.
Right.
Oh, except we're not waiting for the machine. Oh, are we?
Now you have another syntax error, apparently.
Oh, geez. I didn't notice.
Yeah, at this point, a lot of times what I do is copy the whole.
Same thing. 4.
Yeah, you need a par after the deploy ID.
Yeah. I see that.
So he's not just a spectator; he's a peanut
No.
gallery.
I am whatever I need to be in order for the rev to go up in value.
Yeah.
Well, then you should be playing too. Anyway.
I'm also tired as all get out because the roof was dripping on me this morning.
Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to be awake until like 11 or noon, and now I'm on the line with you jokers. Dan, can you explain to me in quick briefing here what sealer unsealer is for?
Yep. So we're here, and we'll go to this thing here. And we'll go here.
Yeah, I don't know the sealer unsealer pattern.
Okay, so it's a lot like public key cryptography. One gives the sealer, one gives something to the sealer and it puts it in a box that only the corresponding unsealer can open.
Okay.
And there's the original write-up is kind of down here. If you hold the sealer private but give the unsealer away, you can send messages and the recipients know you created. That is, you can use it as a signature. let's see, if you hold the unsealer private and give the sealer away, everyone can send messages that only you can read.
Gotcha. So this is basically PKI for email.
For on-chain stuff, so for capabilities, because the
Yep.
difference is that if it was a smart contract, you can't give it a secret key because then everybody could see it because it's on the blockchain.
Right. Gotcha.
Sorry, this is not quite clear. So I don't. It's hard. I have hard time understanding how this is different from just public and private key.
Well, even though you know the full 64 bits of the unforgeable name, you can't use that name. You can't write that name down, right? It's out of scope. You don't have it.
Yeah, but this has another notion of an unforgeable name. If we just look at sealer and sealer, from what I read, it's just a public and private key.
But it's not doing any cryptography here. We're just relying on encapsulation. Just static scoping.
Oh, I see. So basically, it's a PKI, but without cryptography and relying
Exactly.
on another security model,
Right.
which is the unforgeable name. I see. Okay. So PKI is a implementation of sealer unsealer.
Feel like. Oops. I'll just do a commercial for the whole. These are the patterns that I've managed to sort of rewrite in this context, but the original list is here with a bunch of details, and it's all written up in E, which is pretty close to JavaScript. And if you sort of read Java or JavaScript or C or whatever the heck, well, not C.
Yeah, I was going to say this doesn't look like anything like C. But I understand I understand the facet pattern. That much I get at least. The sealer unsealer I was unfamiliar with.
The big difference between this and C is that C doesn't have like nested functions with closures and stuff. And that's critical to this. But like E and JavaScript and Erlang all have, nested static scopes.
Right.
But these things like the loan officer protocol and claim check and stuff, these are really cool. Claim check, I think the Mike Stay actually wrote that one in Erlang. The
Yeah, you have to have a claim check in order to go get something that was sent to you, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
I write my Python code this way too.
Disciplined Python, there is such a thing?
Mm-hmm.
What does that consist of? Make sure you hit the tab key when you want to start a new block. Is that disciplined?
No, it's OCAP discipline, object capability discipline,
Oh, okay.
where you pass around all your authority explicitly instead of using ambient authority. The Python interpreter doesn't enforce it, but you can still do it. It's still a good engineering discipline.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that.
How are you doing, Jim?
Not so good.
So
I
So
should have.
on my end here, Dan, the stuff works. I should do a pull.
I guess so. Which stuff?
The Well, I just got a bunch of messages saying that you had checked something in. If I do a poll, am I going to get this?
Yes,
You did a pull, did you merge it? Yeah, I think he merged it.
yeah. Now, I don't know what branch you're on, so be careful with your pulling.
You have to go back to master branch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got store bindings, which is a new branch. Yeah, I think you're on a different branch, Dan.
Well, no. I'm definitely on the master branch here, right?
Yeah, I'm not on the master, so.
Oh, I see.
I'll have to do a rebase at some point, I guess.
Yeah.
If you want to, just go to a different directory and check out master.
Are you in the mood to play public guinea pig and try to play along with this scenario?
Why don't you just go to a different directory and check it out? Check out the master.
I think I'll do a rebase at some point.
Neither of those is necessary. The relevant code is in Discord.
Oh, that's true. They just use the code in Discord.
Just go to argov1.netlify.app. The question really is, are you willing to have 8 eyeballs on you while you do this?
No, I think what I'd like to do is facilitate Jim and getting this, whatever you're working.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll merge it in as necessary in my copious free time.
Right. Oh, I will replay a little bit what got me in this direction. So we were talking about the, sophomore in college or whatever, and there's 2 ideas I have which might be different. Well, are definitely different and might be interesting. One of them is, you noticed the,
I did see that piqued my interest, is that you're doing something with the pound of fines.
right. So the idea here is that as long as we're in the developer tool space, we might as well use this as our user interface. It's kind of mature. It like doesn't forget old things and all that kind of stuff. So that's one idea. And so that worked to a certain extent. Did I throw away that window? I probably did. Oh, well. So yeah, the storing stuff in local storage is working. And then the other user interface that I think maybe human beings could use is Blockly. Have you ever seen Blockly?
I've seen references to it in the code, but I don't know anything about Blockly other than that there are references to it in the code.
So this is Blockly.
Aha. Oh, this is okay. This is the drag and drop, basically Java Beans kind of interface, I guess.
Right. And so nil is a process and it won't go in here because you can't have processes there. You have to turn it into how do you turn it? Hello, my browser just locked up. That's not very nice. Oh, there we go. Okay. That's still not very nice. My mouse dead. Come back.
Your battery ran out?
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn you batteries when I need you.
Well, we'll switch back to me for a minute.
That's fine.
Okay.
What do you got going here?
Okay, well, basically, I ran this code
Okay.
and it put in my inbox a brand with a name and a sealer and an unsealer.
Yep.
Okay, so, and then I did a peek on that, and we can see,
Why is it printing out unforgeable names?
yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's really fucking nice. Why doesn't that do that on my machine?
Well, I don't know this. I haven't figured out the cases when it prints them and it doesn't.
All right, well, it doesn't
You'll
matter.
see you'll see where it doesn't in a minute.
Keep continuing with your
Okay,
explanation.
so so we know it's there.
Yes, we know
okay.
it's there.
We know it's there, and then I come in here, and I want to send the unsealer to Dan. Okay, so I put in his row ID, put in his inbox, and we get this. So I here I print the unforgeable name, the two inbox, and you can see it just printed out inbox. It didn't print out the second thing. So here it didn't show the unforgeable name, whereas in the other case it did for some reason.
So, okay, so the locker tag is the same. Show me the screen where the peak worked. All right, and the code?
Can you scroll up, Jim?
What?
Can you scroll up? We need to see the code.
Oh,
Well, we could just try using the one argument peak, or yeah.
Well, wouldn't the two argument peak work? We just got to put brand in there.
Well, we have a certain amount of evidence that
it
says
certainly
no.
should work. We do a peak with an argument. Okay, it's going to what? Peaks at the items, and then it matches the items for that are equal to the type and the rest. And then it returns the rest. So the first thing, I mean, I guess we could do a regular peak. I don't know what else to do at this point. I mean, it seems like this should absolutely work. So I'll take Dan's suggestion.
Take the brand out.
We'll take brand out of the peak. And
There you go.
should I just run this?
Hold on. Now you need to, okay, so where we have at open bracket, oh, well, yeah, you can just run this.
Yeah, I mean, this will just print out your inbox, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, try, I mean, it's worth a try though, because
Yeah, no, I mean, let's make sure it works.
Well, okay, we can print out the inbox here.
the novelty here is we're printing it out after you've gotten a hold of my inbox.
Correct.
Employee ID, peak. Okay, then
Try this, please.
4X. Try this. Okay, yeah, I was gonna maybe put one more print statement in there to try to get two things done in the time that we have to wait for the
Oh, okay.
test net, but that's all right. What were you, when your mouse went dead, you were in the middle of something.
Right, I was block leaning. Nil won't go here. You have to take the process and make it into a name, then you can stick it in there. And we could make, wow, my mouse did it again. We could make Blockly blocks for the macros. Because the way you do this is pretty easy. What did I do with this thing?
Did we see whether or not Jim's code
Still
executed?
got nothing. Still did not, I don't understand why.
Are you trying to list out someone else's inbox?
Are you logged into the right account?
Yeah, I'm looking at my locker and I have deployer ID.
Yeah, Jim,
Locker tag.
MetaMask, the MetaMask account. Are you connected to the right account? That was the failure mode earlier.
Yeah, I haven't changed my account.
Okay.
Chain activist account.
And we got the inbox thing, so that's not the problem, right?
Well, the thing is now, why does the peak not work now?
Because you're trying to peek at someone else's inbox?
No, I can't. I can only access my own deployer ID. Okay, it says the deployer ID and locker tag.
Yeah, okay.
And then it prints it. Then it does. It's doing a peak, and then it prints out the whole thing.
Do we get peak?
Wait.
Scroll down, please. I want to see the
Oh, we
result.
didn't get peak. No.
So, right, because what's two inbox in URI? What is two inbox URI?
The big.
That's where I'm going to send it. But I didn't read that yet, huh?
Well, the URI is the big gobbledygook at the top. Row ID P1 UD blah blah blah.
Yeah, okay. So whose inbox is that?
Right. I'm sending it to Dan.
Okay, we did not print out the fact any success on getting. Oh yeah, we did. Inbox right there.
Yeah, we got the inbox. Okay, now when we did the peak, what's this?
Somehow we
What's
can't
this for peak here? I thought I was okay. So I guess the only thing to do here is to
we didn't get that far. Right there. That's
it didn't find peak.
up 2 lines. There, we're not there for that's that is where we're losing.
Right.
So put a deploy ID statement in the first for loop.
We did. There's a
No,
we have one at every 4. We know exactly where the
Oh yeah,
failure
no,
is.
I'm sorry. Sorry, like I said, early in the morning here.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't get so excited either. The one that's squeezed between quote inbox and quote peak is not working. That is bizarro.
Is it possible that the lookup is not working?
Which lookup?
Yeah, it's very possible.
The
Which
second
lookup?
one, the one inside the in.
Somehow this is
No, it's not possible because we see lookup, we see inbox in the results.
okay. This is
Oh my God.
You just went away from what he was looking at.
sorry, but I mean, basically, it's I mean, it's the same code that we used to peak over here. I was just looking to see if there's any difference in the code. Wait, let me go back to the peak for a minute.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is reading peak : peak from the deployer ID and locker tag.
Yep, this is peak.
And this is the exact same thing we're doing here, isn't it? Or is it not? Looks the same.
Can you just copy it one
In fact, I copied
under
it.
another?
I copied and pasted it in here, so it has to be the same.
The locker tag is the same. Just double check that real quick.
The locker tag is,
Yeah, locker tag is inbox.
In all lowercase in both cases? Can you check the other one, please?
where's the, oh, inbox here. No.
Wow, that is bizarro.
It is very bizarro, and I'm tempted to run this again because I don't believe it.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know how it could be different. It couldn't be different because we just ran it.
This would be so much easier if there was syntax highlighting and.
Well, just copy it all over into the, that won't make any difference. I don't think. Just, but select all, copy, and then paste it into your VS Code session. Just, oh, well, Control A will give you a select all.
Right.
Control C.
Isn't it, this is missing an end parentheses, isn't it? Or I guess commenting out screwed up the.
Yeah, you didn't. Whoa, you
I
didn't
think you haven't. Yeah, something is weird in there, Jim. Can we just?
yeah, Jim, you didn't comment out the close curly. Try commenting out the close curly.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he has one at the end of the match either. So.
Okay, Jim, you have 2 lines commented out. Please comment out the one after that.
Okay, so this is a for loop here. So this is this. Got to comment this out.
Now hit tab.
Yeah, he doesn't have one at the end of the match.
There's no curlies off the bottom of the screen that we're not seeing. Why is this not a massive syntax error?
Yeah, it should give a syntax error if.
Hit explore.
What happened? This finished?
Oh,
I don't understand.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You need one at the end of the match.
It looks like I need 2.
Uh-huh.
But it may be. What else do I have commented out? Just
This is so much easier with syntax highlighting.
Just hit tab. Okay. Yeah, so make it so that the VS Code extension can deploy and we can all be happy.
Well, yeah, you've worked in some of these online websites where you can just type in your JavaScript and your CSS and everything, right? And they do all syntax highlighting and everything. Do you know how that's done?
Yeah.
Is that just a set of regular expressions for the
Uh,
highlighting?
well, it's code. It's various things.
Why is the indenting not working? It's telling me I have one too many.
Well, the indenting is pretty stupid, so you might want to cut the commented lines. Select the commented lines and cut them.
Jim, the extra brace you have is right after the last commented line. Right there, up, right there. That is your extra brace.
Well, any of them, but yeah,
Yes, any of them, but that's the one.
You can copy all this into VS Code and you get a real, syntax highlighting and stuff.
No, Jim, instead of commenting that line, just delete it.
I don't understand why commenting or getting rid of 1 open and 2 closes is going to work, but whatever.
Because he added a close for the match.
So
Delete all that.
Or cut it.
Or cut it, yeah.
I'd like to save it somewhere. Ooh.
Okay, tab. Yeah, you're missing a close. Something's confusing. Try to explore that.
What did I change? Nothing?
Failed to fetch.
Localhost, change, actually deploy, switch to. Okay, so there's no syntax error now. So you can try it.
Hooray! We are syntactically not incorrect. If you like double negatives. Hi, Steve. I don't think we've met yet.
Hey, Bill. Nice to meet you.
You too. Where are you geographically located?
I'm in Florida as well, just south of Jim.
Wow. So it's not 8 a.m. by you.
Yeah. What part of Arizona are you in?
Tucson. I'm in the godforsaken desert.
Oh, okay. Wow. I used to live in Phoenix many
So-
years ago.
So on my way back to Atlanta in a couple weeks, I'm going to be dropping through Phoenix. Is there anything there interesting that I should pay attention to?
Oh, I haven't been there in decades, but it was quite a contrast from Florida, though.
I agree with that. I've been in Florida myself.
Yeah.
An observation my dad made, which is that when Phoenix grows, ooh, there we go.
No, this is the regular peak.
Oh,
Okay, I just want to make sure the stuff was still there. Still there.
Yep, we haven't read it yet.
Okay, and this is still going here. And how it could not still be there is being, I mean, I don't understand how it's
Well, this is still deploying, right? This isn't finished yet.
not finished yet. Okay, this is the exact statements that we use to do the peak in the other window.
yeah, my dad observed that when Phoenix grows, you use up what's basically, surface of the moon. And when Kansas City grows, you use up the richest farmland in the world.
Yeah.
Which might explain why Kansas City grows and Phoenix doesn't.
Well, Phoenix is plenty spread out.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing goes up in Arizona. Everything goes sideways.
Right.
All of which, of course, requires water, which is currently dripping on my bed. Have I mentioned that? I'm really annoyed. All right, we got inbox back.
No, that's what we always got that. We always got his inbox. But the peak is not returning anything. What is this? This is the exact same thing, except that instead of reading ACK here and printing it, we had deployer ID here, right?
Am I correct? If you go back to the code,
Deploy ID.
The fact that we're not getting peak in the output, quotes peak, we know exactly which line is failing. We're getting inbox, we're not getting peak. It's the line that's sandwiched between them.
Right.
That 4 is not firing somehow.
And oops, what am I doing? And if we, take the 4 from here, and we put it in here.
No. You want them to line up, right?
Yeah.
No, you want them to line up. We don't want to compare them, right? Put the F's underneath each other. Yep, same code. So now are those values of all the, is deployer ID the same? Deployer ID, row archain deployer ID, locker tag, inbox. Yeah, I don't, I got nothing for you. That's completely wonky. That's the computer telling me to go do something else.
This is
That-
so bizarre.
That's Rolang looking at you saying, you do not grok.
Jim, maybe you can paste these two snippets, at least into Discord, so we can check. Compare them both.
Okay, so I, oops.
Wait, get rid of the double line there.
Yeah, get rid of the extra 4, Jim. Well, don't comment it, just get rid of it.
Trying to undo it.
Yeah.
I have to jump off, gentlemen. So thank you,
You're welcome.
and thank you, Jim. See you.
See you. Um,
And the particulars of does not work is we get inbox and not peak in the output. I could say that.
okay.
Darn, I really wanted to mint the art of mint today.
Yeah, I mean, it was really promising, such promising progress, and then it gets stopped by something stupid. Same thing happened with the vote. We have an unfathomable error. And probably
Yeah, Jim, did you show him that error?
um, I guess he's seen it before.
Well, it should be captured in an issue. In fact, we should make an issue for this one too.
Um, so I have Okay, if I look at my try to look at my choice for lunch. What's
For
happening
launch
here?
or lunch?
Lunch.
Lunch.
Hmm.
What is happening?
Anyway, you can stick it in an issue sometime.
And then when I get voting working in liquid democracy, we can all vote on whether or not we want to do it.
Why is this not working? Localhost 8081. What's this? Localhost 8081. This one works.
Jim, remind me real quick, where'd you post that does not work?
RDev co-op.
Okay.
Localhost 8081.
What goal are we
Localhost
pursuing now?
8080 is leave
What-
valid.
What goal are we pursuing now?
Doesn't, I don't know, the thing's not working anymore. The goal that we were pursuing now is we were going to show you the error we're getting. Let me see if this screen will work.
All right, we'll stick it in an issue. I don't need to be here for that.
All right, guy. Thank you much.
All right.
Have a good one, Dan.
Mhm. If you manage to record the failure mode, the issue can say, look, you know, with the recording. All right, bye.
Bye-bye. So I'm changing the vote. So the issue is lunch.
Not launch, lunch.
That's lunch, right?
I don't know. I can't see your screen.
Oh. And the vote doesn't matter because I okay, so I change this change back. I need to change this to choice so I can see what choice I made previously. And this gets set to the empty set, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we can try and explore, see what happens.
Well, make sure the code works. I mean, if there's a syntax error, it'll tell us, right?
Yeah, that's done. And now we deploy it. So I should so where do these issues go?
Let's make sure that it's not working. And I would imagine the issues go in GitHub, don't they?
Right. I'm trying to, I guess our chain.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know that. the repository structure as well as you do. You're gonna have to figure that one out for yourself.
I guess it's an R node issue, so we go on arching.
I think this is a core issue. I mean, this is not liquid democracy, certainly. See, now, if you set up a local host dev environment, you don't have to sit here and wait for get to fail 17 times and only 4. Scroll down.
Problem. Oh yeah, no date at deploy. That's different. No data at deploy ID. So return is deploy ID.
Duplicate this window and run a peek. Let's make sure there's something there.
Yeah, we have the peak right here.
Oh, so you have a lunch vote. Okay.
So
Well, that means it ran, it just didn't return anything.
yeah, it looks like the same thing more or less, except it's a different error than we've been getting. It looks like peak isn't working, right?
You're gonna have to put in a some logging messages before, after each of the 4 statements.
Okay. Deploy that, and
You're gonna sign it?
I am really burned out. Oh,
Oh, you were up pretty late last night.
I was?
Yeah, I was there.
No.
And that wasn't late for you?
I'm trying to think what time I went to bed last night.
Well, Cindy had me up all night watching Batman movies.
Dan was up all night. He did pull requests at like 3:30 in the morning, which I guess was only 2:30 in the morning for him.
Oh yeah, you will definitely see me doing that kind of stuff. That is certain. No data at deploy ID. So we're not even getting the peak message. So your fancy 4 statement isn't working, Jim. This is the same problem you were having in the other thing that we were working on with Dan just now.
Right.
That first for loop is
Except
not
here,
working.
except this one is working.
Well, rerun
Now,
it.
there's a difference.
Rerun
though.
it.
There's a difference though.
Deploy it again.
This is different.
Deploy it
I'm
again.
applying this to a different instance of liquid democracy. So by deploy it to the same instance of liquid democracy, it should fail.
One would expect.
Somehow this version is broken.
You have a bad database. That's what I would tell people at eyes too. Have you tried it on a fresh database is what I would tell them.
Hey, but I'm not, okay, this is not working at all for me.
It's not even bringing up the page, Jim.
It's not even bringing up the page. So I don't know why it's deploying this fine. If I do a reload of the page,
Well, copy the code first.
well, this is just the choice page.
Yeah, copy the code first.
Yeah, it's not reloading. So let me go back to,
You sure you want to be on 8081 or do you want to be on 8080?
8080 is running the other vote.
Okay.
This must be the place. So if I do foreground, now it restarts.
Yeah, I guess you didn't do a BG, huh?
I
If
didn't
you do a
it.
control Z, you have to do a BG to keep it running.
Right.
You want testnet, not localhost.
Mm.
Now, okay. This might also explain why the sealer unsealer code wasn't running.
Yes. So let me go back. And copy this. What?
I think you're in the wrong tab.
Oh, I went back.
See, if you had a local host environment, this would run quicker.
Right. I haven't tried that yet.
So where is Dan doing his testing? On testnet? He's not doing it on a local host?
Apparently not. He maintains that J file does pretty much the same thing, but I think something is it's not.
All right, no data at deploy ID. Do we want to do a peek here? We were waiting for the results on the peek, on just the basic peek. This is not the basic peek.
This was the choice. Okay, so we just wanted, you wanted to do
Basic peek. It's down.
Just peak.
Yeah, just peak. It's down. You can't do it to localhost. You have to do it to testnet. Hooray, we can find out how much time we're wasting.
Yeah.
All right, look at the result. No data at deploy ID. That says to me, you don't have an inbox.
Says to me there's something wrong in the state of Denmark here.
Yeah, you don't have an inbox.
I'm on the branch add issue.
Well, that doesn't seem right. What branch do you want to be on?
Working group. I guess I want to be on master.
Well,
But why is the add issue branch not working? Is the problem?
I agree
Clearly,
that
I have this old version here on Netify works.
does it have the most recent code?
No,
So if humor me for a second and just deploy this again.
deploy this again. Okay. Now, what did I have in?
Are you going to sign it?
I'm going to copy it, but I want to. Because I want to preserve this or whatever it was, because I wanted to try it, whatever. But in any case, I don't know if I need it or not, but I will. So this is now. Which one am I trying?
This looks like localhost 8081. I thought we were going to try the Netify and rerun the peak.
The Netify was here, and we're going to deploy it. I'm going to open my JavaScript, and I want to. I don't know what this is. Why this is starting a match?
Because it's doing a peak inbox, Jim.
I know, but normally I see it, these things start with new. And I guess it
No, it's Jim.
doesn't start on it. I guess usually it starts on a new line. This time it didn't start on a new line. Okay, so I have this one. And
I'm very used to seeing exactly what you're seeing. But I'm not sure what you're doing here.
I copied the code that's being deployed. I want to see
I recognize that. I don't know why you're doing it though.
because I want to see if there's any difference. Because this works. When we deploy this, it works.
Well, sign it and we will be certain of that.
Yeah. I mean, I've run it 17 times. It worked every time.
Well, I'm not seeing output there.
Well, I just signed it. There was output before I hit sign.
Right. So let's just wait for it to come back so that I can agree with you that we get output from Netlify. Wow, you have 3,000 US dollars in ETH. Wow. Look at you go.
Yeah.
What's RHOC, by the way?
RHOC?
Is that Rev?
Oh, rocks. Yeah, those were rock. That was the token that became Rev. Rocks is what you got initially, I think. Maybe
No, I got Rev initially.
you got Rev directly. Okay, the beginning of last year, they all rock became on Ethereum became Rev on our chain.
Okay.
And then the rock is worth nothing and now.
Well, the Rev went down to like a dime.
The Rev was down to 2 cents.
Yeah, but it's down to a dime now. It used to be a quarter.
It's down to a dime.
Yeah, I think it's down to a dime.
$0.14.
Okay, not quite a dime. Still, it's a 50% cut.
Oh,
Right.
Still up quite a bit from when it was 2 cents.
You know, there's a silver lining inside of every cloud, but it still rains sometimes. And then it drips on my bed when I'm sleeping.
Oh,
So is this finished?
finished.
Okay.
There it is.
So we have an issue called lunch. Now put the new code in that box there and run it.
I'm not sure what you mean. Which new code?
Well, you were trying to do the choice, weren't you? Weren't you trying to do the choice?
Um,
Well, this is the sealer unsealer code, right? That's peak.
well, this code was a problem, right?
No, this code is the code we just deployed on Netlify. This works. That's exactly that code right there. You were trying to do a vote and a choice, right?
Yeah. So where's this doesn't
I think it's down below in that message you haven't sent. Or am I incorrect?
This is where I'm trying to. I mean, I could try this code.
Let's try that code. You know, I told Cindy I wasn't working today. I can't believe I've gone up on 4 hours of sleep.
What is this? So we should get peak here.
Right. And we should also get the inbox.
Yeah. So I guess the real question is, how in the world could it be that the add issue branch got broke? It doesn't work anymore.
Well, I'm assuming that given the number of tabs you have open in your browser, that you have confused yourself.
I may be confused, but I know that the version.
It looks like we have a result.
Yeah.
And the result is what we expect it to be.
Right. And
So now go back to the sealer unsealer code. The code that you were trying to execute before.
um,
This is the code we just executed.
oh. Okay, so I don't think we have the original code anywhere. I think we can re-engineer it. Okay, so what we did here was we found the peak, we got the peak, we read the peak, then we did,
And so this code works. What
yeah,
was
we delete, yeah.
what was the code that you were executing to do the sealer unsealer test?
You guys told me to delete it, so I deleted it. It was commented out.
Okay, can we put it back in?
Yeah, we had brand here.
All right, so let's just run this. Is there a brand? Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. Is there a brand in here? Yes, there is. So we should, yeah, you clicked outside because you edited it. So now go ahead and do a deploy.
Yeah, sorry, because you edited it. Okay, well, I mean, this is halfway there.
But let's just make sure we can get brand, huh? Now we'll wait for 2 hours while testnet gets its thing done.
So on the 8081,
What did we get back?
do
Jim, don't
we
start
didn't
flipping
get
tabs
anything
on me.
back. We didn't get anything back. Still running.
Still right. So don't start flipping tabs on me. Let's just watch this run. Let's make sure we get back what we expect. One thing at a time here, man. Let's get this working, huh? Did we get back our, yeah, we got our JW pair, right? Which is what we wanted, right?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so now more of the sealer unsealer code. You wanted to give what? The unsealer to Dan?
Yeah. So let's see. And this technically is wrong because we should have a name. We should say the name of the thing we get.
Well, we consume brand when we do the peak, right?
Right. So we had 4 @ and we get back a list, and the list first contains the name, and then contains a map. And the map contains
An unsealer and a sealer, right?
right. So I want to send him the unsealer. Oh. Unsealer.
Comma, space, dot, underscore.
Underscore. And then I want to print out, I guess, just to see if we got here, right?
Well, can you scroll down a little bit? I would like to see the results again. So it looks like the unsealer is an unforgeable private,
Right.
but it also looks like that unforgeable private is in a map.
Damn it.
Yeah, isn't this a great demo? Isn't this a great dev environment? So it looks like the unsealer is in a map.
Yeah. Well, we have to do that update, which we said we're going to keep the results always from, and just add new results at the beginning.
Right. Yes, that needs to be done. Anyway, the variable unsealer here is a map. It's not an unforgeable name. It is an unforgeable name inside of a map.
Well, let's look at it again.
Yeah, just print out unsealer here, I guess, right?
Well, it may not print out, so I'll put it in the list.
Yeah, that's fine. Close the list. And let's take a look at what we have.
It's like we pulled out an unsealer.
Yeah, right. So Jim,
And we got a big,
Jim, in the 4 there, you're doing an @ open list. You didn't close that list.
Oh, we got an error. Huh? Duh.
And now we can wait for 2 hours.
So the add issue branch is broken. It just doesn't work.
Well, isn't it fortunate that I'm not in that branch?
Yeah. But what? So what should we do? Just add issue to another branch?
Jim, I can't help you solve that problem. I mean, is there active development going on in add issue?
Well, we had the issue, we had the vote, and we had the tally. So
Is there active development taking place in add issue?
we added those things, but it broke. So that was the active development. If we want to add that to the branch and see if we could do it without breaking things, that would be good.
Well, I'm not working on add issue. I'm working on liquid democracy. So
Well, that's a vote. We have issues. We vote on them. We see the choice, and we
Jim,
do the tally. That's
Jim,
liquid democracy.
Jim, I'm not saying that add issue isn't relevant to my work. What I'm saying is I'm not working in that branch. So whoever is needs to fix that branch.
I don't know.
It looks like you got back your unforgeable private, man.
Yeah.
But as I said, it looks like
You broke that branch. You were in that branch. You did add things to that branch.
I did not add things to add issue.
What branch were you working on when we're doing voting?
I'm in liquid democracy.
Master branch?
Hold on.
That issue is in liquid democracy.
Jim, stop shouting at me and let me double check my work. How do I find out what branch I'm working in?
Get status.
Get status says I'm working in branch add issue.
That's where the bug is. That's what's not working, this branch.
Okay, so if I do a pull, I'll get the bug. Because remember, it's working over here. So if I do a pull, I'll get the bug, and then I can find the bug and try and fix it. Who else made a commit to add issue recently? Screw it. Look, did we get results back on the unsealer? Can we look at those, please?
Right, we didn't send it to his mailbox yet.
No, we didn't, but we got results back. If you look at the results, it looks to me like the value of unsealer is a map. And inside that map is an unforgeable private. That's what it looks like to me. Do you agree?
Well, let's put it this way. I believe that this unforgeable private is what gives us the capability, not the data.
I agree with you entirely that unforgeable private is the capability that you want to send to Dan's inbox. I agree. But I think that that unforgeable private is inside of a map. That capability has been put inside of a map.
I'm saying that the nature of an unforgeable product is that it's a map.
Okay, so if we just sent unsealer to Dan's inbox, would that be sufficient?
It should be. I think so. You know,
So let's try that. Do you have the URI for Dan's inbox?
He put it in the channel. To inbox. Oh, it's in here still.
Okay, so it's the to inbox URI. Okay. So let's send the unsealer to his inbox.
So we're going to what is going on here? So in parallel, we're going to go to inbox. Bang. Inbox. To inbox. And we send a list. And the list is going to have brand. And it's going to have a name. And it's going to have a map of
Unsealer : unsealer.
sealer, sealer, end of map.
End of list.
No, we have a return channel. End of list, yeah.
Yeah, end of list. And then the return channel, which I guess would be ACK.
Deploy ID.
Okay.
Should come back and just say sent, right?
I think so, yes. And then we will have to peek his inbox.
Oh, we can't do that.
Right.
We don't have
need
his
to
private key.
So we need to get Dan back on so to find out whether or not this actually fucking works.
Right. We could always send it to your inbox.
Well, I think Dan is interested in seeing that this works. I think that's the reason he was on the call. So this is just verification that what Dan checked in works, right?
Right.
And works on testnet, no less. Because Dan doesn't do localhost yet.
Right. But so I,
Jim, don't click anywhere. Let it finish. Okay, look at the results.
sent.
Okay. So let's get Dan back in here.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's gonna.
Well, at least send him a message telling him. Send him the code and send him the result. No, stop. Copy the result first. Copy the result first, Jim, because otherwise you lose it.
No, I'll lose the. No, I won't lose that, will I? Oh well. Um,
Send him a message saying that this worked on Netlify. And that he should check his inbox to see if he has an unsealer. Since you can't send him the result anymore, he has to check. I'll be right back. That is a wonderful solution that I did not. Imagine that, get rid of the pillows and the sheets and just put a bucket there. All right, did you send it?
yep.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very tired and gonna take a nap. Which I really, really want to do. But Cindy has the only usable couch for napping. So here's why I think it wasn't working before, Jim. This code that just worked. Are you still with me?
Yeah,
I think it wasn't working before because you weren't executing it against Netlify.
that's right. There's a bug in the add issue branch.
No, what I mean is you have several tabs here. One of them is directed towards localhost 8081.
Um,
I think you were confusing the tabs in your browser. And we're
I
executing.
didn't have any intention to use Netlify. I was using my own server. Okay, because that's the one that has the vote in it. Okay, if we look at the Netlify, okay, we don't have any add issue or add vote or anything like that.
Okay, Jim. I'm just trying to say that the code that you and Dan were working on before I joined was good code.
Right, and that's the code in Netlify. He pushed that to Netlify. He has good code that doesn't merge the bogus add issue code, which we screwed up somehow.
Well, I do remember Jim telling me to push it the other day so that he could use it.
Yeah.
If we have screwed up the branch, then we've screwed up the branch. As a matter of fact, I think the comment in the commit is to Jim. It's at the top, Jim.
Okay, so where is the? It looks like you did the last push 2 days ago.
So if I did the last push, then he did not push his code to this branch.
No, of course not. We never merged this branch.
Well, then how do you expect his code to work with my code if he's not pushing it?
It's on testnet. What do you mean? We're just
Well,
deploying code on testnet. It doesn't matter where we deploy it from.
But
We
my
can
code,
deploy it from any place. But somehow we broke it, and
no, I don't think it's broken. It fucking works when I run it on localhost. If the new add issue stuff is not on testnet, it's not on testnet. because I'm doing everything on localhost. And if it hasn't been deployed to testnet, it hasn't been deployed to testnet.
Okay, that's why I was saving this wherever it is. I guess I didn't save it. Did I save it? Okay, this was the deploy
That's the
that we
peak.
did.
That's a basic peak.
It's a basic peak, and we deployed it, right? We deployed it on net. We deployed it from Dan's branch, and that worked fine. We deployed it from here. We get no data on deploy ID on our branch.
So you're accessing localhost 8081 and you're accessing testnet.
Right. So there must be some difference in the deploy. I don't know how it could be true, but there must be some difference.
Well, go ahead and sign this. Let's look.
Copy. Well, I should put this side by side. We have match inbox, locker tag.
It's the same thing, Jim. Well, is there an extra brace there?
Well, that would give an error if we had too many, right? I probably missed it when I did the copy.
Okay.
But I don't understand how we can both, how could we both do the same, deploy this exact same code to the exact same R node and get different answers? Makes no sense. Makes no sense to me at all.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to do some explaining to me here because I think I'm a little confused. In your browser web address, you're accessing localhost 8081 and you're sending to testnet.
Right.
So that means that you're using your local I see. I don't understand this. I mean, so you're running a web server on localhost 8081, running add issue branch, and you're deploying to testnet.
Yeah, and again, we get no data to deploy ID.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's fine. Okay.
So let's just for the heck of it, let's deploy it from Thomas Love's page, right? It makes no difference where we deploy it from, right?
That's correct. Onto testnet. That's fine.
So we'll deploy it on testnet. So
You have an extra brace. You have an extra place, I think. An extra brace. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, okay, you're fine. You're fine. The code is good. But it's complaining about your MetaMask now.
It's the right account, unless I stuck something else in here. I called it RAM account. So let's oops, let me take that out. MetaMask account. And oh, I just did MetaMask account, right? Okay, this puts it in. I didn't check to see if it was the same. This is 111 W2 RAM 111 W. It's a different address. RAM 2. I don't know why. I got two different RAM accounts. And I'll put this on RAM too. Employ random code. Sign it. And
So I'm getting the feeling we're not going to get the sealer unsealer.
so you're certain that this stuff all works to localhost?
Jim, my last push worked. I can't verify that it works now because I've made code changes. If you want me to pull the branch
You can go to
and
another
do a bootstrap, I'll do that.
You can go to another directory.
Yeah, if you want me to pull the branch, to clone the branch and do a bootstrap and run it, I'll do that.
And
The fact that you haven't even bothered to try and test it on your own system, separate from me, tells me,
I didn't do a bootstrap, no.
well, then what are you running on
Might be in a
localhost?
funny state, huh?
What are you running on local? What are you running on localhost?
I'm running the
Do a git status.
okay, this is
Do a git status.
this is not the one I'm running. I don't think. Okay, this is the WG's. This is Dan's branch. Okay,
So
the one I'm running is this one.
So Dan's branch is not in sync with mine. That's what that means.
Okay, this is the one I'm running here. What? Where am I? Okay, I have a clean copy of add issue, I think. Although I can do a git, I can do a git.
And is that where you're running NPM from?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Let's look. Jobs.
Yes, let's look.
What is this? It doesn't tell me where.
It doesn't tell you where you started it from. No, Jobs doesn't inform you of that. I also see a message that says your branch is behind origin add issue by one commit.
So let's.
Jim, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, you just
I killed
ended
it. Yeah. I'm going to do a git pull.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have no idea what you were running before.
I was way behind.
We have no idea what you were running before. We have no idea what directory you were running it from.
We were running it from here, but it was way.
I am not certain of that. But go ahead and do an npm start. And let's use the new code. I told you you needed to do a copy.
This was just, this was,
Do you see the errors on the right-hand side of the page?
yeah.
Okay. I told you you needed to do a copy.
Okay, well, I didn't run Bootstrap. I'm just running. Oh, I see. I got nothing here.
You've got nothing. So get out of this. And you need to copy, so do an ls real quick for me. I forget the name of the file. So it's rowid.testnet.js.
Row ID.
rowid.testnet.js. I didn't test this, by the way. I assume it works, but I did not test it. To rowid.js. None of this is going to be necessary after I have directory working, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay,
now
run it again, right?
Now run it again, and rowid.js should have the row IDs for testnet.
Failed to compile.
It doesn't let you declare things twice. I told you I didn't test it, so.
So basically.
So.
It's just stuck there. It's waiting for us to fix it, I guess.
Yeah, do we want to fix this now?
Not really. I think that we're going to be.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the code you were running before
Was old code. It wasn't up to date.
It wasn't up to date. It wasn't my code.
Probably not. It's from when we were working together on my on my thing with the remote. No, we didn't work together with the remote.
I don't know what you were running. I don't know where you were running it from. I don't know what branch you were in. But it wasn't my code. And I agree that testnet is obviously broken because we get this error. But you weren't running this before. I don't know what you were running. And you don't know what you were running. I will make an effort sometime today or tomorrow, depending on how much napping I need to do, depending on how much water leaks onto my bed. I will make an effort today or tomorrow to get testnet functioning properly. Unless, of course, you want me to finish directory, which obviates the need to fix this.
I don't know what you mean. What is directory has nothing to do with it.
Directory replaces the need for rowid.js.
But then we have, our problem has nothing to do with row ID.
Jim, I have no idea what problem you were having before.
Problem is that when I read the inbox, I don't get anything.
Yes, I have no idea what code you were running. You
Right.
have no idea what code you were running.
Okay, so you just have to make it so I can run this. Now, maybe that I could run this if I do a, oh, what I do, did I kill it? We'll see. Okay, it could be that if I do an npm install, sometimes that fixes things.
Yeah, well, I'm not interested
You
in
know,
some of that.
until this runs, I can't really do much.
I am aware of that. That's why I asked you. Do you want me to fix rowid.testnet.js, or do you want me to finish the directory? Either solution works to make this run again.
Okay, well, yeah, just make this run again. I don't care how you do it.
Is
long as
there
it
is there a time frame for this? Because finishing directory,
Why do you have to? I'm missing
Jim,
something.
you're not listening. You're not listening. The problem, the error that you see on your screen right now is a result of me implementing the testnet registry incorrectly. Finishing the directory the way we have described eliminates the need for this solution. For this, we don't need a testnet registry if
Okay,
I
so
finish the directory.
you're gonna fix this bug. I mean, the peak operation doesn't require any URIs.
Jim, we're talking on two different levels here. And NPM will not start unless I fix this bug, or I eliminate the file rowid.js. If I finish directory, I eliminate rowid.js and it gets rid of this bug. Or I can just fix this bug and leave rowid.js in place without finishing directory.
Okay,
Which is your preference?
I would say, you know, as long as it's working by Monday, it's fine. As long as you think you can get it working by Monday.
So what's on Monday that I don't know about?
Nothing is on Monday except the RDEV meeting. And
Do me a favor. Edit the file rowid.js. You see how issue reg is twice in there? You see how
Yeah.
issue, yeah, you see that?
yeah,
Comment out the first definition.
well,
All right. Now, if you would, please, keep hitting the J key, scroll down. I want to see if any others are duplicated. Okay. So what I'm seeing here are 4 different export statements. Would you go to the top, please? You're in insert mode, Jim. You need to get rid of the 1G at the end.
Right.
And now you've gotten rid of the semicolon. You need to add that back. And then go to the top, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure that 6 is enough. Do we have 6 different declarations here, or do we have 8? I think it's only 6.
Where's inbox?
Inbox is missing. You are correct. There's something missing in the file. You are correct. Inbox is missing. So this is, and not to be saucy here with you, but this is what you get when you tell me to push whatever I have. I wasn't finished with it, and you told me to push it. And that commit is to Jim. I wasn't finished with this. I think that second definition of issue could easily be the definition for inbox. I don't know. And I would have to go back and check. So the question that I have, so the work that I'm doing now on the contract directory, the master contract directory, the work I'm doing now on that replaces all of this. This is none of what you're looking at is necessary after I finish the contract directory. So do you want me to finish the contract directory, or do you want me to fix this? Because after I fix this, I still have to finish contract directory, which is going to replace this. Which one would you like me to do, and how urgent is it?
I don't know, use your own judgment.
Well, my judgment is to complete the contract directory. That's my judgment. What are you doing?
I'm going to see if it works if I make this inbox.reg.
You probably have them backwards. It's not inbox.reg. It's inbox.reg. And I think you have them backwards. I think the first one is issue and the second one is inbox.
Ah. Oh, well, let me,
And I think you're missing a 4th one. I don't think you have make mint in there.
I'll just quit.
You told me to push, I pushed. This is what you get. It works on localhost, Jim. If you do a bootstrap, this will work on localhost.
So,
it doesn't work on testnet because I wasn't finished and you told me to push.
And I just run bootstrap.shell here.
That's all you. You have a local R node installed, apparently. You'll have to delete your local R node to do this.
Right.
You have a local database. Now, $home. You can just cut and paste the message. You see, it tells you what you should do. .r node, yes. And now do a bootstrap.
And then I could try a local host to see if that works. I just have to copy that one file.
You have to cut it. So I sent you the text message.
Right. I got the text message.
And if you like, I will wait until this completes and we'll walk through it. Okay?
Yeah, let me take a quick break here.
Stop correcting me. This is my relationship. I will handle it. Yes, I'm yelling. You are correct. And when everything is finished, like I said before, these kinds of yelling matches happen. And when it's done and he realizes he's wrong, or I realize I'm wrong, it will end.
Okay. I've got to go.
Charlotte wants your time?
Yes. I said I would go with her. And she's been waiting and waiting and waiting for me to go with her.
Well, this is
Apparently,
this.
she didn't tell me she was waiting for me.
Okay, so Jim,
Yeah.
this will be finished in 5 minutes.
Why don't you
Yeah.
take remote control?
I'm sorry, what?
So why don't you take remote control of my?
I don't know how to do any of that. And besides, you need to learn how to do this because this is going to be the new process. So I realize that she's giving you an urgent matter that you need to attend to. But you can either get out of this now and we will go through it again when you come back.
Or why don't you let her finish? I've seen this work before. You know, I was online with you when you were testing this.
Now, you need to understand, Jim, this code that you're working with right now does not have Dan's new code in it.
Yeah.
So it sounds like I need to merge his branch with mine. Is that right?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, the first thing is, does the vote stuff work? I mean,
The vote stuff works
how do you know?
the same way that it works on testnet. We get back that same error message. Error in deploying. We get back that same test message.
Right, which means that our branch has a bug in it.
No, it means that there's a bug somewhere underneath us because we have perfectly valid Roland code,
Yeah, and so the
and it
peak
tells
works,
us there's an error deploying it.
the peak works fine on localhost, right?
Everything works fine except choice. Everything works fine except choice. We get the same, we get an error on testnet when we do choice, and we get an error in localhost, the same error in localhost when we do choice. So that should at least convince you that localhost is a viable platform because we get the same results, even if they're bad results, we get the same results on localhost that we do on testnet.
Right, but we know there's an error in this branch that's causing problems.
We don't know that.
We know that because,
We
well,
don't know that.
it was on the branch before I did the update. It was on this branch.
We know that we changed so that the capabilities were in a map, and then something happened. So, you know, and we proved previously that vote and tally and choice work. And then we started putting things inside a map and things broke.
Right.
So that is what we need to fix. So if you copy rowid.bootstrap.js to rowid.js, you should have a functioning localhost. No, not testnet, Bootstrap.
I gotta go.
All right, tell Charlotte I said be nice to you.
Still there? Oh boy.